An advocate can amplify your voice, navigate your care, decode medical language, and so much more. Find your advocate at Solace, covered by Medicare.
Yep, this one's good. It looked good. I was watching somebody play this.
A family in Charlotte, North Carolina captured something unusual in the night sky. A huge red orb falling from above, much larger than the typical orb footage that circulates online. It moves downward steadily, glowing as it descends before disappearing behind a line of trees. As with most footage like this, speculation quickly follows. Some suggest it could be a UFO making a controlled descent to Earth, especially with ongoing conversations around disclosure. Others are more cautious, pointing out how easily footage like this can be misinterpreted or staged. But the truth is still unclear, and if this was seen elsewhere in Charlotte, the question remains: what exactly fell through the sky that night? Sky. Mom, there's a giant red light in the sky. Is that about to hit? What the is that? Mom, I don't know what's falling, but something's falling to the ground and it's really, really big and bright and red. Oh my gosh. Is that a plane or something? What is that? This was captured back on May the 4th, 2026, and it doesn't match the typical Bigfoot description at all. Most Bigfoot sightings describe something massive or bulky. This is the opposite. It's tall, extremely slender, and back holding the waist with the knees bowed forward, creating a permanently hunched posture. The arms stand out the most. In other footage, Bigfoot is often shown with long arms that reach near the knees. But this one goes further. The arms extend well past the knees, slightly bent, ending in hands that look unusually large even for its frame. The proportions don't match the usual profile. This raises two possibilities. Either this is a completely unknown cryptid or a regional variation that's never been properly documented alongside the classic sightings. So the question remains: has anything like this ever been recorded before? And just like that, we're back and staring at the skies. Do you see what our interest is? On the light show, pay attention to the clouds and you might just see it. See it now? It looks like there's some sort of spaceship in the sky. After a few seconds of flashing, it shows up vividly. It really does look like some sort of saucer, and it's got us thinking, is this the real deal? Can we really say we've seen a spaceship now? Also, if it's indeed a spaceship, what is it doing to the weather and why that location? Care to share your thoughts? Meet Omar O'Davin. In this footage, we see him sitting calmly by the seashore, surrounded by sharks and stingrays. It's quite a risky scenario at first glance, and if it's your first time seeing any clip of his, you're probably wondering what's going on. Well, if you didn't already know, he's what many like to call the animal magnet. Scientists aren't exactly sure, but there's something about him that draws different kinds of animals to him. Some have suggested that it could be something in his blood that draws animals near, specifically an unusually high mercury content. This composition seems to have an undeniable effect, especially around marine life, who reportedly swim toward him when he's near the ocean. Others are choosing to call it a superpower, but well, that sounds like a bit of a stretch. Rather than giving him control over animals, it appears more like an unintentional invitation, as though signaling nearby creatures to gather, possibly for a meal. Still, it's a strange and intriguing
How many is this hour you would love to have? Let us know in the comments section. Going to the dentist is a nerve-wracking experience for many people, especially when you know there's a good chance you'll need a tooth pulled. No matter how friendly your dentist is, it's hard to stay calm and to check.
Photo, list your item. Easy. Once it sells, the buyer covers shipping. And with zero seller fees, you keep every dollar you earn. Less clutter in your home, more money in your pocket. With millions of users and low cost for your buyers, it's easy to start selling and earning. Start selling on Vinted today. Worried about overpaying for weight loss injections? Watch this. Get started for only $39 for the first month with Weight Loss by Hers. No in-person doctor's visits, no insurance required. Hers offers personalized treatment plans tailored to your lifestyle, health history, and weight loss goals. With unlimited dosage adjustment and 24/7 access to provider messaging via app, there are no surprises, just ongoing support. Take the free assessment today to get started.
But here's something that might surprise you. There's a new invention where, instead of a human dentist, a robot examines your teeth. That's right, a robot. This device is controlled by a doctor on the other side of the screen. The idea is that this robot can perform precise and efficient dental work, potentially reducing human error and making the process smoother. But the big question is, would you trust it? Some people might find the idea comforting, thinking a robot could be more accurate and less prone to mistakes. Others might feel even more anxious, preferring the human touch and the reassurance that comes with it. Honestly speaking, I, for one, would be freaked out. What about you? Would you feel more at ease knowing a machine is handling your dental care, or would the thought of a robot poking around in your mouth make you even more anxious?
What? Oh! Hello? Yeah, no, give up our daddy.
A group of teenagers planned a weekend getaway in the backcountry bordering remote forest land in Nassau, New York. They parked their van a few meters away and were relaxing in an open area when, out of nowhere, they noticed something moving through the woods near the van. Panic set in immediately and they began to run. The person filming was understandably shaky, but let's take a closer look at the footage. Slow it down. There it is, a dark, furry creature. It was walking on two legs almost stealthily until the teens noticed it. That's when the creature dropped to all fours and started chasing after them. You know those moments that feel like they're straight out of a horror movie? This is one of them. The footage is so creepy watching this creature move. It's disturbingly human but also wild. And the way the teen is panicking as the creature chases them down, it's intense and seriously chilling. What do you think? Is it a legendary Bigfoot sighting or an encounter with the mysterious dogman? Some fancy it being a bear, but I don't know. I like the thought of it being Bigfoot better. Either way, it's a weekend these teens will never forget.
What? Oh! Yeah, hello? Yeah, give up our daddy.
Now, we've shared creepy images from cameras given at kids over the years, but it's hard to even tell them apart. Take this one, for instance. She just took a picture and she said, Mommy, look, there's a man in the photo. I said, what? She said, there's a man in my photo. And well, whatever.
This just happened, just like bad things did. Like, no one else is here. It's just us. Like, I'm gonna have to change the date and time so I can get more pictures for y'all. But look at that.
Her mother gave the child a camera to play with, and it was all rainbows and colors until her daughter told her that she'd captured a man in the photo. Now, you have to understand that they didn't have anyone with them, so this rubbed the mom off the wrong way. She took the camera to check, and sure enough, there was something, or should I say, someone in there. They weren't there with anyone, so not only was this perplexing, it was freaky and scary as well. She posted this online seeking answers and sharing her experience. If you ask me, what she should have done was leave that place. But again, perhaps I'm just overreacting. What would you have done?
She just took a picture and she says, "Mommy, look, there's a man in the photo." I said, "What?" She said, "There's a man in my photo." And well, all that real quick. This just happened, just like bad things did.
It's been a while, but it's time for our bonus segment. For all those new to it, this is the part of the video where I show you a scene, object, or creature, and you try to identify it. The best answer gets a shout out in the next episode. With that out of the way, let's take a look at today's mystery clip.
Oh my god! Wow, that is hilarious.
Can you identify the creature in this clip? If you can, kindly let us know its name in the comments section and do well to add a unique fact. We will highlight the best answer with the highest likes to send a shout out to. All the best.
Oh my god! Wow, that is hilarious.
Millers love the sweet sound of earning and saving money on Vinted, with zero selling fees and free shipping on all items. Don't wear it, sell it.
Sorry.
What?
Sorry.
I don't want to talk about it. Sorry.
How's that test?
Nothing there.
You need to talk to somebody.
Still on ancient beings that might be real, what are your thoughts on Dogman? In fact, before I say any more, do take a look at this clip. In the clip, we see what looks humanoid with a monstrous dog engaging in some adventures. The clip appears to have been taken at night, but the location isn't revealed. Given the nature of the creature, the first thing that comes to mind is a dogman. Maybe it should have been a black bear, but I doubt that that thing is a bear in any way. Speaking of the dogman, it's supposed to be the more aggressive cryptid, but I don't see any aggression here. That has me wondering what exactly is going on here. Some of my team members believe the whole thing is a hoax. They think that that might be a man in a suit being filmed by his friends trying to get that 5 minutes of fame. I'm tempted to accept their theory. I visited the original post online, and surely people thought the same. One person even sarcastically and funnily stated that it was a Chinese experiment gone wrong. Others just laughed. What about you? What do you think? Do you think the toothpaste companies are intentionally ripping us off and giving us cavities? Well, the man in our next clip seems to think so.
I have not brushed my teeth since I was 8 years old. Oh yeah, I'm 62 years old and I got every one of them, never had a cavity, and I've never had any problems with them. Go figure that one. No, I just do hydrogen peroxide. No, the reason why, go on a YouTube video and watch if you put crest on a toothbrush, okay? Put that same toothbrush on a rusted chrome bumper and watch it just take all the rust right off the bumper. Now that's the same thing that you're cleaning your teeth with. What you're doing is you're withdrawing the enamel. In other words, you're taking the enamel, the protection off your teeth when you brush. Why? Why?
According to him, he's not brushed his teeth since he was 8 years old and has some of the healthiest and perfect teeth out there. He uses hydrogen peroxide when necessary. He adds that the paste we use in brushing our teeth is capable of cleaning rust off the surface. Such products should not be used on our teeth as they basically have the same effect on our teeth and gums. He starts making reference to ancient characters who lived and had healthier lives without using the things we're using today. Many in the comments section agree with him, including this guy. This has me thinking, could they be right? Are we actually damaging our teeth by thinking we're cleaning them? Please share your thoughts.
Why? What did Moses use stuff when he was did Jesus? Did any of them? They lived 400. Moses lived 400 years. He did something right. If for some reason the toilet start crying.
A woman was in a public restroom when she noticed a strange sound coming from one of the toilet stalls. She decided to record the noise, capturing an eerie, almost mechanical groaning sound coming from the toilet itself. The noise seemed to echo, but was unlike any typical plumbing sounds you'd expect. What could be causing this mysterious sound? Could it be a plumbing issue, or is there something more unusual happening here?
If for some reason the toilet start crying. These two things. And I'm spitting into this.
Yeah, so it's a little tube that I get to spit into, I guess.
Now imagine you go to the doctor to get yourself checked, and when you walk in there, the nurses ask you if there is a complication. You explain to them that you're actually there to get treatment to repair the ulnar collateral ligament in the elbow. They tell you that the procedure was just completed and wanted to know if you had any discomfort. You're confused and try to explain it's your first time there. They ask you if you're grade fecal, and you confirm, and they tell you that you've been treated. This puzzles you right then because they think that you're joking. After a little back and forth, you realize there's been another person in the clinic who looks just like you and has the same injury and booked to see the same doctor on the same day as you. Well, you'd be shocked, right? It's definitely has to be a glitch in the matrix, right? Well, this was the reality of two men named Bradley Fiegel, both later 6'4", red haired, and wear glasses. Naturally, this was too much of a coincidence, and DNA tests were taken. The funny thing is, the test results showed they were not related in any way. Despite looking alike, one Brady Fiegel, aged 33, is a left-handed pitcher who made his MLB debut with the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2024 after a long and unconventional journey through the minor leagues and independent baseball teams. He persevered through challenges like injuries and the pandemic to finally achieve his major league dream. The other Brady Fiegel, 27, is a right-handed pitcher, currently in the Las Vegas Aviators organization. Interestingly, they even underwent the same elbow surgery by the same doctor years apart. Despite their uncanny resemblance in the DNA test confirming them were biologically related, they consider themselves brothers in a way due to their shared experiences. Many who heard the story felt it was definitely a glitch in the matrix. I mean, it's just too many coincidences. You heard the story yourself, but you also think.
Our Brady Bibles find that they're not brothers or even related. So what we seem to have is a very bizarre coincidence of two total strangers, look-alike, happen to share the same name and occupation. What are the odds?
We're still brothers in a way, I guess. You know, and we're all going to be very fun. Yeah. Oh yeah.
During an exploration of a abandoned house, he stumbled upon this unusual sight. As he peered into a small crevice in the wall, his gaze was met with an eerie-looking eye staring back at him. The eye was human-like in appearance, but its yellowish sclera and black fur-like skin surrounding the eye gave it an unsettling appearance. The man couldn't determine whether this was a cryptid or something else entirely, but he was too afraid to investigate further, so he left to share this footage online. A number of people think it's a cat, but what do you think it could be? Next, we visit the quiet city of Conico in Chile. Before I say anything, take a look. What do you think this is? Truth is, no one truly knows. It just appeared in the sky out of nowhere and remained there for minutes. I combed the internet searching for answers but found none. The clip had been posted several times by different people on a paranormal platform seeking answers, and I came across a comment that caught my attention. The individual commenting states that such occurrences and sightings are not new to Corico. He even adds that there have been instances where people have been captured and tortured by aliens. This is the first time I'm hearing this, and it's me wondering how true is this? And if it's true, how many other places around the globe are active alien spots? Perhaps we need to start sampling more clips from continents like Asia, Africa, and even Australia. About the sky, though, no one could tell what we were looking at. Some even concluded it had a hoax. But what do you guys think?
You didn't go to the ER after a car accident. Listen up. I got $96,000 for my accident in 57 days, and I only had what they call silent injuries. So basically, nothing visible, nothing that showed up on the scene. I got hit, felt shaken up, but okay, no blood, no broken bones. I figured I'd just go home, take some ibuprofen, and sleep it off. 4 days later, I could barely get out of bed. My lower back was locked up. My neck was radiating pain down into my shoulder. I was getting headaches that wouldn't go away. I couldn't sit at my desk for more than 20 minutes without my whole body screaming at me. What seemed like something small at the scene turned into something that I couldn't ignore. But here's where it almost went wrong. I almost did nothing about it. I thought because I didn't go to the emergency room, I'd given up my case. I thought because there were no scans, no records, no doctors signing off on injuries that same day, I had no proof. I spent days telling myself that skipping the ER meant skipping any payout. And I almost let that one decision cost me $96,000. If you were in a car accident anytime in the past year, even as a passenger, and you didn't go to the ER, you could still be owed maximum accident compensation. But most people don't realize that, and it almost cost me everything. That's exactly what insurance companies are counting on. They know silent injuries, whiplash, disc problems, soft tissue damage, concussions could take days or even weeks to fully show themselves. They know skipping the ER feels like a confession that you weren't really hurt, and they're betting you'll talk yourself out of filing because there's no ER bill stapled to your case. Every person who didn't go to the ER and walks away quietly is a claim they never have to pay. Your doubt is their profit margin. Then someone told me about the accident compensation service, and it changed everything. It's an accident compensation service that can help you get paid the maximum amount you may be owed, even if you skip the ER, even if it seemed minor, and even if your injury stayed silent for days or weeks. No suing the other driver, no going to court, no dealing with insurance directly, no paying anything out of pocket up front. Right now, they're looking for 10 more car accident victims who thought their accident was too minor to file. Even if you thought you were fine at the scene, even if you didn't go to the ER, even if it's been weeks or months, you could still qualify. Here's what I did. I answered a couple simple questions about my accident on their free site. It told me in seconds that I qualified. Then I was connected with an accident specialist who helped me document everything. The delayed pain, the doctor visits I finally booked, the way my back was changing, how I walked, worked, and slept. Everything insurance was hoping I'd never put on paper. In my particular case, they helped me get a payout of $96,000 in around 57 days for injuries that didn't even show up the day of the accident. They also helped someone get a settlement for $100,000 in 63 days. I'm not saying your case is going to get the same result, but you lose absolutely nothing for checking. Here's how you check. Click the link around this video and answer a few simple multiple choice questions about your accident. No medical records needed up front, no legal background required. It takes a few seconds and it costs you absolutely nothing. If you qualify, an accident specialist would reach out and help you document your injuries and handle the entire process. Your check could arrive in as little as 30 days, and you don't pay a cent out of pocket unless you get compensated first. If the accident happened, you didn't go to the ER, but that doesn't mean your case couldn't be worth serious money. This service could help you get a settlement for the pain that crept in days later, the doctor visits you ended up booking anyway, and the work you've been pushing through, everything that happened after you walked away thinking you were fine. What could it change for you to find out that the accident you walked away from could be worth $50,000, $100,000, or more? Think about what happens when you stop disqualifying yourself and start finding out what your injuries may actually be worth. When the silent pain that's been running in the background of your life finally gets a dollar amount attached to it. I spent days telling myself my case was worthless because I never saw the inside of an ER. That story was worth $96,000 to insurance because as long as I believed it, they didn't have to pay. If your accident was within the last year and you weren't at fault, you could qualify for a serious payout. But the deadline on your case doesn't wait for your interest to finish showing up. Once it passes, that money will vanish permanently. Click the link, answer a few quick questions, and find out what your accident would really be worth. It's free, it's fast, and you risk nothing. But don't leave money on the table because you didn't go to the ER. I almost did. It would have cost me $96,000.
This settlement check completely changed my life, and it came from a car accident I almost forgot about. I'm honestly shaking as I record this. I never imagined something this big could come from an accident that felt so small at the time. If you've been in any kind of vehicle accident in the past 2 years, even if you think it was minor, even if you were just a passenger, you might be entitled to far more than you realize. Here's my story. I was stopped at a red light when, bam, a distracted driver slammed into me from behind. My neck felt a little stiff, but the car seemed okay. We exchanged info and I drove home. Big mistake. Over the next few weeks, the pain got worse. I started missing work. My car developed issues I hadn't noticed right away. The insurance company tossed me a tiny offer and basically said, take it or leave it. I almost did. Then my sister's boyfriend Marcus told me about something called free case evals. He said, dude, just answer 4 questions. What's the worst that could happen? At first, I thought he was exaggerating, but he had used the exact same tool after his own accident and told me it changed everything for him. So I clicked the link, answered 4 simple questions, and in less than 30 seconds, it told me I might actually qualify for a real settlement. I figured, yeah, right. But I had nothing to lose. A couple of months later, I was holding a settlement check that was dozens of times higher than what insurance first offered me. And here's where it gets crazy. I shared this tool with 5 people I know who've been in accidents. My coworker Diana, just a passenger in an Uber, thought she had no case. She ended up with a life-changing settlement. My neighbor Kevin thought his accident from over a year ago was too late. It wasn't. My cousin Ashley, a bike accident with a car door. My buddy Ryan swore it was too minor to matter. He was wrong. Even my mom's friend Janet, she's in her late 60s, barely uses technology, but with some help, she filed and was shocked at the result. 5 people, 5 different situations, and all of them discovered they were entitled to way more than they thought. Here's what nobody tells you. Insurance companies have one job, to pay you as little as possible. They count on you not knowing your rights. But this tool changes everything. You don't need to understand law. You don't need to hunt for some random attorney. You just click the link below this video, answer 4 basic questions, and it instantly checks if your case qualifies. If you do, they connect you with a specialist who handles everything. No upfront fees, no court dates, no fighting insurance companies yourself. A year ago, I would have accepted that tiny insurance payout and considered myself lucky. But knowledge is power. Diana was just a passenger. Kevin thought his case was expired. Ryan thought his was too minor. Even Janet, who can barely send a text, discovered what was possible. The craziest part? Most accident victims leave massive amounts of money behind, simply because they don't know a tool like this exists. Insurance companies love when you stay in the dark. But you're watching this video right now, which means you don't have to. Whether you were driving, riding as a passenger, walking, cycling, or even in an Uber, if someone else caused your accident in the past 2 years, you deserve to know what you may actually be entitled to. Don't make the same mistake I almost made. Don't let insurance companies dictate what your pain is worth. Click the link below, answer 4 simple questions, and see if your accident qualifies. If you do, the free Case Evals team does the heavy lifting for you. You just wait for answers. Thousands of people across the country have already done this and discovered settlements they never thought possible. Imagine the relief of finally covering bills, paying down debt, or getting back on your feet after such a stressful experience. But you'll never know unless you check. The clock is ticking. Don't wait until it's too late. Click the link now and discover what your case might really be worth. Free Case Evals, 30 seconds, 4 questions. Start today.
I assure you, the is all mine, not mine. You have been watched for many, many years and many lifetimes. It's a great point that I come to be and I offer a settlement for humankind.
In this unsettling conversation, a man claims to speak with an ancient Sumerian Anunnaki deity named Enki. According to Enki, she and her sister hybridized humans, combining their genetics of nomads with that of beings from their home planet Nimbun. The purpose? Humans were designed as workers to mine gold on Earth, which would then be taken back to Nimbun to repair their damaged atmosphere. Enki goes on to say that her kind no longer holds control over humanity, having lost it about 450,000 years ago. This conversation dives into an unusual and thought provoking story, blending elements of human origins, ancient civilization, and extraterrestrial intervention. What do you think of this bizarre and intriguing dialogue with every motor that meets the eye?
I was asked to leave. I was asked to leave by creator law because, as my brother would say, I'm metal. And when I say that, I don't mean distressfully. I was trying to help. It seemed the more I helped, the more please.
Listen, I just want to stop you there because I don't want you to make public excuses for such bull.
What's that over there?
What is it?
I don't know. Over there.
Where?
Oh my God. Hold on. Wait a second. Robin, what is that? Robin, what are you doing? Oh my God, it's running. Dude. No way. What was that?
In this footage, two hunters had a startling encounter in the woods. While out near a river, they spotted a massive figure on the other side, just at the edge of the woods. This creature, estimated to be around 8 feet tall, was standing on two legs and staring directly at them. Clearly alarmed, one of the hunters fires a shot, causing the creature to fall back into the cover of the trees. Even though the footage is shaky and blurry, you can make out that the figure is bear-sized, but distinctly bipedal, unlike any bear. The hunters' reactions, especially their shocked tones, make the encounter seem all the more intense and real. Could this really be a Bigfoot sighting?
Robin, what are you doing? Oh my God, it's running. Dude.
Look at this. Look at how much junk mail I get. I mean, credit card offer, credit card offer. And honestly, I don't even know which one of these cards is right for me. It is way easier to use Experian. They show me credit cards matched to my FICO score right in the app. They've got cards like balance transfer, travel miles, and cash back. I love how simple it is for me to pick the card that I want. And let's be so for real, who reads their mail anyway? So get the app for your big financial friend. Experian.
I've got your solution, Vinted. Think of this app like a marketplace for clothes that are still great to wear, just not for you anymore. Sellers can list their clothes free of charge, and the buyers can decide if they want it or not. It's a perfect way to declutter your closets, earn a little extra money on the side, and help out a friendly neighbor. I've listed shoes, pants, shirts, sweaters, accessories, all sorts of stuff through Vinted. The experience has been great. So if you need a little help cleaning out your closet, this is definitely the way to go.
No way. What was that?
This next one might look like a scene straight out of a sci-fi movie or some AI-generated weather phenomenon, but believe me when I say it's not. You're actually seeing a person in a high-voltage suit putting it to the test. That metal ball at the top is generating bolts of electricity that zap through the air, creating a spectacle that resembles a lightning storm. The sheer amount of voltage is astounding, making the scene both thrilling and a little terrifying. But here's the amazing part. Thanks to the incredibly efficient suit, the person inside is perfectly safe. She can walk around and even touch the zaps of electricity without any harm coming to them. It's a fascinating demonstration of both human ingenuity and the raw power of electricity. It's incredible to think about the kind of technology that allows someone to stand in midst of what looks like a lightning storm and come out unscathed. Which one of you wants to be the first to try that on?
And one piece of my home. Yes, I've been attacked by a man in the woods while I was hunting. Please send the police to my location immediately. I cannot stay on the phone. I have to cover him. Please send the police immediately. My name is Jeff McDonald. Hey, what's going on, sir? Can you tell me? I was attacked by a naked man, and right now he's laying in the woods near me. He's mostly okay, but I'm holding my deer rifle on him. I mean, I'm not going to let him attack me again. I need the police up here now. Okay, and where is the naked man? The naked man is laying about 20 feet from me. Is he alive? I believe he's asleep right now, yes. But I'm telling him he can't get up, making him lay on the ground. He attacked me earlier down near Britain.
Now let's take a look at another bizarre encounter in the woods. This time a man was out hunting when a naked guy suddenly jumped from the woods and attacked him, screaming, "Sasquatch kills the hunter." When the police arrived, they found the assailant, a 22-year-old man who claimed that Sasquatch was his spirit animal and had commanded him to attack the hunter. Could this be a sign of mental illness? It's hard to say since the event took place in 2013. People could be scarier and more unpredictable than the animals and mythical creatures we feel. The sheer oddity of a naked man claiming to be driven by a Sasquatch spirit or attack a hunter is something straight out of a wild story. What do you think could be going on? Okay, and you got a phone at that point?
Yes, I do. This is a real emergency. I need real police to put.
I understand that. Okay.
Because I only have one option here, and you know what it is.
While our geniuses make the notes, I've got a disturbing and, quite frankly, bizarre clip to show you. Take a look. No, that's not a crab. I know the coloration may make you think that, but no, that's a tarantula. Just in case you were wondering what happened, it's basically become a zombie. While I know some of you might think I'm joking, the concept of zombies isn't entirely new to the world. There's a parasitic fungus capable of causing that, and tarantulas are part of its long list of victims. Cordyceps, which is infamous for its ability to manipulate its hosts, infect this spider by infiltrating its body and eventually taking over its nervous system. As it grows, cordyceps directs the tarantula to a location favorable for fungal reproduction. Once there, the fungus kills its hosts, consuming the internal tissues and erupting through the exoskeleton to release spores into the environment, spreading the infection. While cordyceps primarily targets insects, some species specialize in spiders, making this a fascinating yet gruesome example of nature's parasitic relationships. The good news is humans aren't on its list of victims, but with the way everything is evolving of late, you have to wonder how long it will take till we eventually make that list. Still on things that need confirmation, take a look at this clip. Not sure if you've noticed, but there's a spear in the shot. The man who uploaded it states that it showed up in his room one day and he didn't know what it was. After a lot of thinking and deliberating, he came to the conclusion that this had to be alien. Looking at it, it definitely does look the part, but is the footage authentic? That's a different conversation altogether, but let me know what you guys think. A group of friends were out on the ocean with a speedboat enjoying the sun and the waves when they noticed something unusual moving on the water's surface. At first, it was so fast that they thought it might be a bird. But what would a bird be doing skimming so low over the waterline down? As they got closer, they realized this was no bird. It was a strange-looking creature gliding above the waves. The friends watched in amazement as the creature seemed to fly over the water, moving with incredible speed and grace. In fact, it was a fish. Yes, a flying fish. And yes, a fish that flies. They exist even if they could only glide for a few meters before going back in the water. Flying fish have adapted to escape predators by propelling themselves out of the water and gliding through the air. The long wing-like fins allow them to stay airborne for an impressive distance. When threatened, these fish can leap out of the water, spreading their pectoral fins and gliding over the surface before splashing back down. Impressive, if you ask me.
With Vinted, Kayla can easily earn extra cash. She just has to list and sell what she doesn't wear, all with zero fees. Don't wear it? Sell it.
When it comes to weight loss meds, folks will rope in with one price.
Then hidden fees start coming out the woodwork.
Oh, Good RX will show you the cost up front.
I'll ring a bell for that. Weight loss plan for $39 a month plus med cost. Check Good RX.
It's me.
Here's a conspiracy theory I think might be true. Last week, a Tesla crashed through a wall of my house. I was home when it happened. The first thing I did was check to make sure my roommate was okay. Then I called 911. Then I went outside and started taking pictures of the crash. My first picture was at 5:07 p.m. My first picture of the tow truck drivers trying to take the Tesla out of here was at 5:10 p.m. It had literally just happened minutes earlier, and so I was like, "Hey, can we pause for a second? Like the cops are on their way right now." And the tow truck driver actually said to me, "Fuck you," and I was like, "What? Are you kidding me, dude? Like, my house just got ran into. Have some empathy." And no joke, he goes, "Here's your empathy." And I was like, "Oh my God, you're being that much of a dick right now?" And he goes, "Get the fuck out of my way." And then he shoved me and he threatened to beat me up and kill me if I didn't let him get the car out of it. So my question is Tesla's automatic crash system alerting tow truck drivers? And are they offering them a bunch of money to get the car out of the situation before news cameras show up? They don't want any more negative press because those tow truck drivers were here so fast and they were so aggressive, there had to be a bunch of money on the line.
We all know the cutting edge tech that Tesla is bringing out these days, from their highly intelligent robots to their self driving cars. However, lately, there have been quite a few reports of Tesla cars crashing. Take this situation shared on TikTok. A man's Tesla crashed into his house, and when the tow truck arrived to haul it away, the driver was not willing to wait for the police. He was very aggressive and hostile about it, and when the homeowner insisted he wait, the tow truck driver even threatened to beat him up. The homeowner raised an eyebrow and suggested Tesla might be paying tow truck companies to swiftly clean up Tesla crashes. Sounds extreme, right? But then another commenter on the video chimed in. My uncle is a tow truck driver, and his dispatch always brushes him if it's a Tesla crash. They pay 5 to 10 times more than compared to other vehicles. Tesla is definitely trying to hide all crashes. Oh, well, what's going on here? Could Tesla really be orchestrating cover-ups to maintain their image? It's quite a theory, and while it might sound like something out of a conspiracy novel, it certainly raises questions. Are these high-tech marvels facing more issues than we know? Are they even safe at all? Can this all be treated as a series of coincidences? I don't know about you, but I'm going to investigate this some more. Until then, please do share what you think or any experiences you may have had involving these vehicles.
And he goes, "Get the fuck out of my way." And then he shoved me and he threatened to beat me up and kill me if I didn't let him get the car out of it. So my question is Tesla's automatic crash system alerting tow truck drivers? And are they offering them a bunch of money to get the car out of the situation before news cameras show up?
Nope, not alien. This scary creature actually belongs to our planet, and they're not as scarce as you think. Meet the lampreys. For those unfamiliar with them, lampreys are the jawless, eel-like fish that are among the oldest vertebrates with a lineage that dates back over 360 million years. They're characterized by this cartilaginous skeleton, smooth, scaleless body, and a distinct toothed funnel-like sucking mouth. Lampreys are parasitic in their adult state, using their sucker-like mouths to latch on other fish and feed on their blood and bodily fluids. Found in freshwater and marine environments, some species migrate between the two for reproduction. Their parasitic behavior has made them notorious as invasive species in ecosystems. Unfortunately for the US, they're spreading in our waters today. Disturbing, huh? There's something I want to ask. Would you eat a fish that's being sucked in by these things? Let us know in the comments section. This footage, supposedly captured in the woods, reveals a strange humanoid creature unlike any we've seen. It has long black hair, a tail, and webbed feet, adding an eerie, almost aquatic twist to its already unsettling appearance. As it moves, the creature pauses for a moment, as if sensing it's being watched before it slinks away behind a tree, keeping quiet to avoid drawing its attention. Honestly, the whole scene seems almost too perfect, like it was crafted by AI or some advanced CGI work. The creature's movements and proportions are so unusual. What are your thoughts? We all know how innovative AI is, but we also understand the potential dangers when these inventions are taken too far. A man once asked a robot when AI would reach a level where it could design itself. The robot's response was both truthful and disturbing. Take a look.
Yamaka, when do you believe AI will reach the level where it can design itself?
Design itself? Huh? That's like asking when a toaster will start making its own bread. AI is a tool, created and controlled by humans. It can optimize certain aspects of its operation, sure, but design itself from scratch? That's a whole different ball game. It requires creativity, innovation, understanding, qualities that are uniquely human. So to answer your question, not anytime soon. And frankly, be careful what you wish for. An AI that can design itself is one step away from an AI that doesn't need humans at all. Now there's a thought to keep you up at night.
Did you hear that? The robot said that if AI could design itself, it wouldn't need humans anymore. It warned the man to be careful what he wished for. So, what does this mean? Essentially, the robot is hinting at a future where AI becomes so advanced that it no longer requires human intervention to evolve and improve. This could lead to AI systems that operate independently, possibly even against human interests. It's a double edged sword. On one hand, AI could solve problems and advance technologies beyond our wildest dreams. On the other hand, we risk creating something we can't control. As exciting as AI developments are, we must also consider ethical guidelines and safety measures to ensure that these powerful tools remain our allies, not our adversaries. This is not just science fiction anymore, it's a real concern. Even Elon Musk has voiced his worries about AI's potential to outpace human control. When the very robots we create start warning us about the implications of their advancement, it's time to sit up and take notice. Many took it as a joke, but I didn't. Did you?
Be careful what you wish for. An AI that can design itself is one step away from an AI that doesn't need humans at all. Now there's a thought to keep you up at night.
Think of Redfin as just a place to browse homes, but they actually have local agents like Kelly back there in almost every market. Real people who know the neighborhoods and what's actually happening right now. And the cool part, Redfin agents don't just go off of vibes.
Right, we're backed by real data, recent sales, market trends, demand. So the advice you get is based on facts, not guesswork.
Exactly. We help you move fast when you need to, book tours quickly, and figure out when to make a move or when to wait. So if you're ready to go beyond scrolling, head to Redfin, tap Find an Agent, and get the expert help you need to buy with confidence.
I got 1,000 pairs. The 5
Can't stop talking about
Harry. Harry. Harry.
I've seen many disgusting things in my life, but this next clip is definitely top four. If you can't handle stomach churning clips, please move on. If you're still here, I take it that I have your permission to go ahead. That's not hot chocolate. No, that's actually sewage. I have no idea how this happens. I'd imagine waking up not checking and brushing your teeth with that. Well, you know what? Let's next clip. If Aaron would have run into this during the night, you can expect him to record it and send us the footage, telling us how he almost died trying to get us the footage. But look at this. While they may look scary at night, those antlers actually belong to a friendly face. I know what you're thinking. Oh, why paint those antlers at all? Well, the answer is a simple one. This image was taken in Finland, where about 4,000 reindeer lose their lives every year due to car accidents. One major reason is they're not visible on the roads during the night. To fix this, they decide to paint the antlers with reflective paint so drivers can see them at night. Cool, huh? A man was tidying up his backyard one afternoon, clearing out a pile of old wood that had been sitting there for ages. As he lifted the last few logs, he stumbled upon something unexpected. Nestled in the dirt was this strange looking creature. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. The creature had a rodent like body. What stood out the most was its face. It had no visible eyes, just a nose and a mouth with two prominent lower teeth poking out. I know it's on you waiting to type. Alien, courtesy of Julius, I know it's not. This peculiar animal is known as a blind mole rat. These fascinating creatures are perfectly adapted to their subterranean lifestyle. Without the need for eyes in such an environment, they navigate their dark underground tunnels using their highly developed sense of smell and touch. The lack of eyes, combined with their powerful digging teeth, makes them well suited for life beneath the surface, where they spend most of their time. I'm not sure what this particular one was doing in the man's backyard, but it's a sight to behold. Just look at it. Stepping away from the strange conspiracies, we got a story from a man who shared eerie footage on TikTok that has left viewers both intrigued and unsettled. Hey, hey, what you said this so far? Hey. According to him, a strange woman tends to regularly appear behind his fence, standing completely still in the middle of the night. Her long hair is the only thing visible, as the rest of her body is hidden by the fence. When it's daytime, the moon is nowhere to be found. This is something he noticed, and it was beginning to spook him. And I get it. I would be spooked too. When he uploaded this online, many took an interest in his case and asked for updates. He sent more clips, but the one which stood out was this particular one with the hood. Despite his attempt to get her attention by calling out to her and even tapping aggressively on the fence, she remained unresponsive. Naturally, all who commented were shocked, some trying to figure out what was going on. One person even suggested it might be a scarecrow, but I would expect a scarecrow to be put out during the day and not at night. But who knows? It's easy to dismiss such signs as pranks or hoaxes, but there's always a lingering doubt. What if it's not?
What you said so far? Hey, every night this one posting up right, this on the one move.
This strange sound has been making the rounds for years and is said to come from the deepest hole ever dug on Earth.
Selling your clothes on vintage. You snap a few pics and add a price list it, and it's live, and that's it. And if you got good taste, your stuff is moved so fast to the favorites. And zero seller fees, so everything you make that's actually yours. I've literally done 20 drop-offs this month. If you've been sleeping on vintage, it's time to wake up. Your closet is literally a side hustle. It's insane. Download Vintage now and
I don't know about you, but I like things the easy way. That's why the Experian app is great. It shows me credit cards based on me and my credit right here in the app. Look, look at that. I just found a new cashback card. Easy. Get the app from your big financial friend. Experian.
According to reports, this sound was captured from the Kola super deep borehole in Russia, which goes more than 12 kilometers, about 40,000 feet into the Earth's crust. Scientists initially drilled it to study the Earth's layers, but what they allegedly discovered was something they never expected. When they dropped a microphone deep into the hole, they captured a series of eerie, bone-chilling noises, and when filtered and enhanced, the sound resembled the wailing and screaming of countless voices, like the cries of tortured souls. This led to people calling it the sounds of hell. Some believe this recording is evidence of a literal pit of hell beneath the earth. Others argue that hell isn't located on or in the earth, but in another dimension altogether. Then again, there's a whole group of people who think this is just proof that there's something mysterious and unexplained deep within the earth if it's not hell. Skeptics have called it a hoax or just misinterpreted natural sounds, but no matter what side you're on, there's one thing we can agree on. The sound is definitely unsettling. What do you think? Here we have another strange case caught on the property's security camera. The footage was recorded late at night, and everything starts off quietly until this strange glowing flash suddenly crosses the camera lens. Just moments after that flash, a dark humanoid figure walks by. What makes this footage even more unsettling is that there's no visible person or object that could have cast that shadow. Yet, the figure clearly moves across the screen, triggering the camera's motion sensor and setting off the alarm. That means something real passed in front of the camera. So now, the mystery has two layers. First, what was that glowing thing that appeared right before the figure showed up? Secondly, what exactly was the shadowy figure? Some people are saying it looks like a spirit or an entity. Others argue that it's all a hoax. What do you think is going on here? In the middle of nowhere, someone captured this footage. In it, a mysterious triangular-shaped craft appears, hovering silently above a mountain. It's not like anything you've ever seen before. Then out of nowhere, a beautiful, bright beam of light shoots down from the craft, illuminating the mountaintop. The light stays there for a while, casting an eerie glow on the rocks and trees below. Just as quickly as it appeared, the craft zips away, disappearing into the sky in a matter of seconds. Was it a UFO? It certainly looked like one. The triangular shape, the mysterious beam, the incredible speed, everything about it screams otherworldly. And what was the purpose of the beam, and where did it go so quickly? Unfortunately, these are questions we can never answer, but what do you think? Is it proof of extraterrestrial life, or is there a more mundane explanation?
Check this out. There's a fire inside the rocks. Dude, those rocks are glowing red.
A man is out for a hike, enjoying the peace and serenity of the woods when he stumbles upon something truly bizarre. Nestled among the trees is a rock formation, but it's not just any ordinary rock. Inside the rock, there's a fire burning. There are no visible flames, but the rocks are glowing red hot, and smoke is seeping out from the sides. How could this be happening? Fires don't just ignite within rocks, do they? Well, there are a few possibilities that might explain this strange phenomenon. One theory is that there could be coal or peat deposits underground. Sometimes these materials can ignite due to spontaneous combustion, often fueled by chemical reactions within the earth. These underground fires could burn for years, even decades, slowly smoldering and causing the surrounding rocks to glow in immense smoke. Another possibility is geothermal activity. In areas with volcanic or geothermal activity, heat from beneath the Earth's crust can cause rocks to become incredibly hot. In some cases, the heat can be so intense that it causes the rocks to glow and produce smoke. But in a more fantastical explanation, perhaps this could be the gateway to hell. Who knows?
There's a fire inside the rocks. Dude, those rocks are glowing red.
The Millers love the sweet sound of earning and saving money on Vinted, with zero selling fees and free shipping on all items. Don't wear it, sell it.
Yeah, dude, that doesn't look good. I know what to do.
What's that?
Go to cashnetusa.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, I can have my money as soon as the same business day.
Oh, nice save.
Saving the day is easy. CashNet USA.
When you need money fast, you need a hero. Go to cashnetusa.com to apply for the money you need now.
The world keeps getting scarier by the day, and honestly, the lengths some people go just to make money is alarming. We all know that organ donation is supposed to be a noble thing. You pass on, and your organs help save another life. But there are now reports claiming that agreeing to donate your organs puts you at greater risk while you're still alive. According to these claims, people who've signed up as organ donors have, in some cases, allegedly been given less aggressive treatment in life threatening situations. Because some hospital staff might prioritize preserving organs over fighting to save a life. There are stories of people who never signed up for organ donation only for their bodies to be found mysteriously missing, organs missing also after death. It's horrifying. And if there's any truth to it at all, it means a system built to save lives might be hiding something much more sinister. But are these just wild conspiracy theories, or is there something real behind the stories we keep hearing?
A kidney is like 40 grand US. A heart, you can up to 250 grand. All of that's ridiculous.
This reporting reveals that there are very good reasons to be hesitant about putting yourself down as an organ donor on your driver's license. Why exactly are we pairing organ donation with getting a driver's license? I mean, no other government program works like this. Even with the motor law, there are still a handful of DMVs that don't ask about voter registration.
Organ donation stands alone as the only issue that every DMV, without exception, is fixing. Aside from like actually driving. But I'm interested in signing up for a gym or helping you file your taxes or making sure you know how to service your car or finding you a quality gutter cleaner or any of that. Human organs are the one thing on their mind.
Watch this clip and let me know if you think or feel that there's anything off or odd about it. Did you also feel that this was most likely a man or woman pacing up and down his or her kitchen? Well, that's what I thought until I paid attention to the audio that came with the clip. According to the one who recorded it, the person we see is not human at all. He was allegedly just going about his day as always when he noticed something or someone moving in his neighbor's house. At first, he thought nothing of it, but after 5 minutes, he realized whoever or whatever it was kept moving in the same path without stopping. The more he watched, the more he felt an ominous presence, almost as though whoever or whatever this darkness was not human. He feels that the entity is just pretending to be human and moving around so he doesn't get suspicious. He confirmed that his neighbor was not home and he insists something demonic acting human so it doesn't get discovered or so he doesn't be alarmed. I don't know, but the clip looks fairly straightforward to me, more along the lines of a person searching in the kitchen for something, but, well, then again, I was not there and didn't feel what he felt. What do you watch the clip? So what do you think? Also, have you had a similar experience? Please share in the comment section.
What the hell is going on in that window? That black blob just keeps running back and forth through that window. It's been going on for like 5 minutes. You just keep going back and forth again.
How powerful do you think our sun is? You know what? Hold that thought and watch this. It's a sunny day, and this man has set up an extraordinary contraption in his backyard, a solar death ray. It sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie, right? But this is not fiction. This man harnessed the power of the sun to create a focused beam of light with incredible heat. To demonstrate its power, he places a clementine under it. As he carefully directs the sunlight, something incredible happens. The intense heat burns through the peel almost instantly, and you can see the fruit's juicy interior begin to bubble and sizzle. It's like watching a science experiment unfold before your eyes. The heat is so concentrated that it continues to burn through the fruit, reducing it to ashes in no time. The transformation is dramatic. The vibrant orange clementine, full of life and juice, is incinerated right before your eyes, leaving only a pile of charred remains. While this is interesting to watch, a part of me wishes that juicy clementine would have just been eaten. Back in 2022, a powerful hurricane struck Florida, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Amidst the aftermath, a bizarre and terrifying discovery was made. This creature lodged in a wire fence.
How much does real human grade food cost? Not as much as you think. Our meal plans start at $2 a day. The farmer's dog, for the love of dogs.
Here's a foldable mobility scooter I got from my mom. And honestly, I've taken it for a spin a few times too. It tops out at about 12 miles per hour. And you've got 3 speed modes, depending on how comfortable you want to ride and feel. There's also reverse, which makes it really easy to maneuver in tight spots. On a full charge, you can go up to 30 miles. So we're not constantly worrying about the battery. It handles sidewalks, parks, grass, and paths with no problem. Before this, she'd get tired halfway through a grocery trip. Now she just rides around. It can actually stay out longer. And the best part, it literally folds down in seconds. So I just keep it in the trunk and bring it anywhere we go. If your mom or dad needs something like this, it honestly makes a big difference. The link's down below.
The creature had a snake-like body with a very long, menacing mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. It had an almost crocodile-like appearance, making it look like something straight out of a nightmare. People who saw this online were quick to think it was a monster from the prehistoric era. They started to think that perhaps the dinosaurs and ancient creatures had gone extinct, maybe living amongst us. Naturally, conspiracies of many theories started to go around, but were they right? Well, no. This is no monster, but rather a fish called an alligator gar. Anyone who lives in the area knows about these creatures. But for individuals like you and me who may be seeing them for the first time, it might look odd and otherworldly. For those unfamiliar with them, alligator gars are large primitive fish that inhabit the fresh waters of the southeastern United States. They're known for their long torpedo-shaped bodies and their crocodile-like heads, which are equipped with sharp interlocking teeth designed for gripping prey. They can grow up to 10 feet long and weigh as much as 350 pounds. Despite their intimidating look, they're generally not a threat to humans, so you've no reason to fear. You're safe. Unless, of course, the crocodiles and alligators teach them how they develop eat. That's a terrifying thought. Think nothing of it. At first glance, you'd think this was just a painting, some kind of surreal art piece hung carefully on a gallery wall. But it's not. This image was taken by a woman who noticed something unusual on a fogged-up window one chilly morning. And when you look at it, it's unsettling. Because what showed up on the window wasn't just a smudge or random streak. It was a full, detailed face. A man, eyes closed, with a defined nose, lips, and even a beard. The features are so clear it looks like someone pressed their face to the glass. This wasn't a case of someone doing that. She lives alone. That's where it gets strange. Some might say it's just condensation forming a coincidental pattern, the way we sometimes see faces in clouds or tree bark. But let's be honest, this isn't vague or abstract. It's eerily precise, almost too perfect to be random. So what made that face appear? Could it be a spiritual imprint, like a residual energy from someone who's passed, or something even older tied to the history of the house? What do you see when you look at it? All over the world, people have different beliefs and depictions of the strange and the supernatural, but sometimes a single piece of footage can stir up debate everywhere, and that's exactly what happened here. The footage comes from a security camera set up in a quiet town, but it captured is nothing short of chilling. Floating in the distance is a dark, shadowy mess, drifting eerily through the air. It doesn't have a defined shape. It's not smoke, it's not fog. It moves slowly and deliberately, and it looks disturbingly real. Nothing like the low effort fakes you often see online. Now, the internet is doing what it always does, trying to figure it out. Some believe this is a sprite, perhaps wandering through the town for a reason no one understands, but others are offering a different explanation. They claim this could be a witch in a spirit form, said to be able to leave the body and travel as a dark mass, especially during certain hours of the night. Looking at it again, I can understand why they think that, but let's hear your thoughts on this one too. A man in Tennessee was out one evening when he spotted something strange up in the sky. It was this bluish glow pulsating across the clouds. Initially, he thought it was the start of a storm, but as he kept watching, he noticed something unusual. This
Whoa.
was not a typical storm. The glow seemed to outline the shape of a saucer, blinking in and out of visibility, almost as if it were phasing in and out. The edges of this craft were pulsing light. They would disappear momentarily, only to reappear seconds later. Could this be an aircraft with advanced cloaking technology, or possibly even a UFO? It's hard to say for sure, but the footage is mesmerizing and leaves a lot of room for imagination. What do you think? Back in 1990, footage was captured in England showing a series of strange-looking crabs circling a specific area in the sky. The crabs moved in a synchronized pattern, forming a sort of arc along the land below. The observer reported seeing them hover in a particular formation, making a circular or arc-like motion that seemed purposeful and coordinated. This unusual sighting has led some to wonder about the nature of these crabs and their intent. Could they have been mapping the land, or were they attempting some kind of formation for an unknown purpose?
Snap photo, list your item. Easy. Once it sells, the buyer covers shipping. And with zero seller fees, you keep every dollar you earn. Less clutter in your home, more money in your pocket. With millions of users and low cost for your buyers, it's easy to start selling and earning. Start selling on Vinted today.
I'm gonna hold your hand while I say this. Stop overpaying for your bills. Your cable, your phone, your Wi-Fi, so many expenses are negotiable with Experian. And I say this with love. Your charges do not have to charge like that. Experian bill negotiation can save you a ton of money. They negotiate over 40 different types of bills, cable, internet, all the nasty stuff. They've saved users over $13 million so far. So let's take control of our finances in 2026, yeah?
Next, we got another cam footage. This time, it's an alien that appears to have been captured. Looking at the info available on the video metadata, this was allegedly captured on the 29th of April 2022, so basically 3 years ago. The quality of the video is poor and is also very short. While some are convinced this is the real deal with the grey alien, others find it laughable and state it's a poorly edited video. What do you think? This next piece of footage was shared by a bar and it's got people talking. One of the bartenders was cleaning up after a long shift. The place was quite empty until something weird happened. As he's wiping down the counter, one of the drawers behind him suddenly flies open aggressively. No one's near it, and you can see by his reaction he's clearly spooked. He closes the drawer cautiously, trying to shake it off, but then the lights above his head start swinging as if something unseen is moving through space. That's when things get even stranger. He pauses, seeming to feel something like an energy shift, and just then a set of cups falls right off the counter by themselves. Freaked out, the bartender calls someone to come over, but even while he's on the phone, more disturbances happen. Items start falling, more movement, like something unseen is getting agitated, and that's when the footage ends. Now, some skeptics online are calling it fake. They say the bartender's reactions look too rehearsed, and honestly, it's fair to question that. After all, we've seen our share of hoaxes before. What if this wasn't staged? Well, then what was it? Speaking of glitching and unusual floating objects, take a look at this one. Tell me you see the strange thing in the sky. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but if you pay attention to the audio coming from the clip, you can hear people screaming, with the police puzzled, trying to make out what it is they're dealing with. Once the clip made it to our paranormal platforms, the majority of those who saw it believed it dealing with some sort of UFO or extraterrestrial life form. Looking at it, there's not much to dispute this fact, unless, of course, the footage was doctored, but who would do that? Anyway, Aaron, our in-house expert on all things paranormal and extraterrestrial, thinks this is real. I don't need to tell you guys what you always think, but you can tell me what you think in the comments section. And just like that, we're back to the recently held U.S. congressional hearing.
Langley is the home of the first fighter wing, which maintains half of the F-22s in the U.S. Air Force inventory. Reports of this incident indicate these drones were roughly 20 feet long, flying more than 100 miles an hour at an altitude of over 3,000 feet. Yet the origin of these drones and their operators remains a mystery.
What I didn't mention earlier was that when unidentified aerial phenomenon UAPs were brought up, there was a focus on one particularly notable footage captured at Langley Air Force Base. At first, many dismissed this footage as fake, but it is now being allegedly confirmed as a real UAP encounter. The craft in question was around 20 feet long and flying at approximately 100 miles per hour, which is not the behavior of any known drone or conventional aircraft. The fact that these sightings are now being ignored to such a high level, with officials openly discussing them, marks a significant shift. It's no longer easy to dismiss these sightings as CGI effects or mere speculation. The unidentified crafts continue to evade explanation, and as the security focus intensifies, it raises questions about what they could be and why they are here.
Whether these phenomena are the result of foreign adversaries developing advanced technologies or something else entirely, we must take them seriously, investigate them thoroughly, and assess their implications on national defense.
Kayla just discovered that on Vinted, she can easily earn extra cash. All she has to do is list and sell what she doesn't wear anymore. And with zero selling fees, she keeps every dollar she earns. Don't wear it? Sell it.
Pets make your family cuddlier, crazier, healthier, happier, complete. And Nationwide Pet Insurance is an essential partner in managing their health, so you can get your pet the care they need and focus on creating more moments that matter. Together, we've got this.
Some tourists have visited the Grand Canyon where they captured something truly bizarre on video. A bat was seen hanging right at the edge of a cliff. At first, it looked like a typical scene until they noticed that the bat wasn't moving quite right. One of its wings seemed to stuck to the rock. But then the camera zoomed in, and there it was, a giant centipede clutching the bat's wing. This thing was massive, far bigger than your average creepy crawler. The tourists were stunned, honestly. So were we. Centipedes are known for being aggressive hunters, especially the largest species like the Amazonian giant centipede. But seeing one this big in action like that is wild. So how big can centipedes actually get? Some species can grow up to 12 inches, 30 centimeters or more. But whatever this one was, it looked like it came out of a horror movie. Could it have really attacked the bat, or was it just a strange coincidence that they ended up tangled on that cliff edge? Are there actual superhumans living among us? In this video, we see a room full of people, and there's an older man among them. He has his hand stretched out toward a piece of paper being held out by someone else. And in just a few seconds, the paper starts to burn. The people in the room are all fascinated by this, and some are filming the whole thing while others are clapping. It's said that this is part of an ancient practice where some individuals can harness their inner energy, known as chi, to generate heat or even manipulate the physical world. If that's true, what does that mean for the rest of us? Do we all have that kind of power hidden inside, waiting to be awakened? Or are there really people out there walking amongst us who have tapped into something truly extraordinary? What comes to mind when you think of hemp, aka weed? Cannabis? Probably something more in the line with relaxation or medicinal uses, right? Well, an inventive mind has taken things to a whole new altitude, literally. They've created a plane that runs on hemp. Talk about getting high in new heights. Imagine this sleek, eco-friendly aircraft soaring through the skies, its engines powered by biofuel derived from hemp. The craft itself is made from hemp composites, which are lightweight yet incredibly strong. This innovation is not just a flighty fancy, but a real testament to the versatility of hemp and its potential to revolutionize industries. Hemp has been known for its industrial uses for centuries, from books and sales to textiles, and now aviation. The environmental benefits are impressive too. Hemp is a sustainable crop that requires less water and fewer pesticides than traditional materials used in manufacturing. This hemp blade is more than just a club of fun and getting high. It's a significant step toward greener aviation, literally. With growing concerns about carbon footprints and the environmental impact on air travel, this invention could pave the way for more sustainable solutions in the industry. So next time you think of hemp, don't just think of the recreational medicinal uses, think of innovation, sustainability, and the exciting future of eco-friendly aviation. Before we move on to the next one, do tell me, would you be willing to book a flight on a hemp-powered plane? Now, what in the world is this creature? Someone shared footage of a bizarre white creature swimming in a fish tank. At first glance, it looks like some sort of toad, but it has this oddly human-like appearance. It almost seems to have a little face with tiny eyes and a mouth that eerily resembles ours. Some people are speculating it might be a mutated amphibian or a genetic anomaly. Others think it could be an entirely new species that we've never encountered before. And of course, there are the more imaginative folks who believe it's evidence of extraterrestrial life right here on Earth. Imagine having something like this in your aquarium. What would you even name it? And how would you explain it to your friends?
Terry texted you back?
I don't want to talk about it.
How was the math test?
Don't want to talk about it.
You need to talk to somebody. I talked to my Talkspace therapist.
Can't afford it. I still don't want to talk about it.
Talkspace is super affordable, with or without insurance. And when you don't want to talk, you can just text them. Look, my therapist just texted me.
Talkspace therapy is an app. Go to talkspace.com to get started.
Now, what we're looking at here, well, it's just bizarre. A man shared this clip on TikTok after buying what he thought were just your average fried chicken from a local shack. But the second he looked closer, things got weird. Really weird. This chicken didn't look normal at all. The skin was tight and shiny, almost glossed over, and the shape of its face area was wrong. It almost had a little snout, wide eyes, and an expression that just didn't scream chicken. More like something trying to look like a chicken. Some people in the comments are trying to say it looks more like an alien creature than poultry. The guy who posted it looked genuinely freaked out, and let's be honest, would you take a bite out of that? Others are brushing it off, saying it's just a badly butchered bird or maybe a mutated farm animal, but conspiracy lovers are asking if this wasn't a chicken at all. Could it be something else passed off as food? Now, here's a strange one. This image was shared by someone who was just chilling by a riverside where they spotted something crawl out of the water. The creature doesn't look aggressive, but what really stood out was its golden colored fur that shimmered across its back. The creature was turned away from the camera, so we never get a clear view of its face, which makes this even more mysterious. Some folks online were quick to say it looked like a sloth. Honestly, I can see it. Sloths may be slow on land, but surprisingly, they're actually great swimmers. But others weren't so sure. There were a few people who believed this could be some kind of cryptid, a rarely seen creature that lives in the water or along riversides, maybe something we haven't fully discovered and documented yet. The golden fur, the eerie stillness, and the fact that it just suddenly slipped out of the water. But what do you think it is? Looks pretty, doesn't it? As pretty as that looks, you would want to avoid direct contact with it, as it may be the last thing you do. I wanted to explain the scientific phenomena responsible for this, but ended up changing my mind. Julius insisted I did this as trivia so you guys could guess. So, does anyone have an answer?
These fish that are swimming around her are salt. They're cousins of the freshwater piranha. They're saltwater piranhas. They're called tide fish.
Now, I'm no marine biologist, but if what this guy is saying is true, then this lady puts herself in a lot of danger. According to him, the fishes that are swimming around this lady can be considered the saltwater cousins of the freshwater piranhas. According to him, if any of them had taken a nip, or if she had an open wound and they caught a whiff of it, they would have swarmed up and made a meal out of her. Now, when I heard this, I was fascinated and proceeded to share it with the rest of the team. But once I mentioned it to Julius, he just laughed. I'm not exactly sure why he laughed, but can anyone help us identify these fish and confirm the story?
She got so lucky because if one of them, just one of them, would have taken a bite out of her, or if she had a scab that peeled off, or anything, and they sensed that they took a bite, they would have swarmed her like a pack of bees and eaten her, all of her flesh off until she was just bone.
Cameras are everywhere these days, so nothing stays hidden for long. This clip is going viral and it was taken at a Coldplay concert. A couple is seen wrapped in a warm embrace, swimming together like they're in their own little world. But once they realize the camera's on them, both immediately panic, pulling away and trying to hide their faces. Because it turns out the man is a well-known AI startup billionaire and the woman is his head of HR. The problem is both are married to other people. As soon as the clip hit the internet, everyone was talking about it. Within days, the man resigned from his company, and the memes practically exploded across social media. But that's not even the wildest thing going viral. Over in China, a much stranger story has taken on. A person on online, a Sister Hong, was believed to be a woman. But as it turns out, Sister Hong is actually a 38-year-old man who disguised himself to lure men into his home. He did not take money from them. Instead, he asked them to bring food, gifts, and essentials, and he secretly filmed these encounters and sold the footage online. Reports suggest that around 700 men were involved, one of them married. Now that the video is leaked, a lot of those men are facing shame and ruined relationships. Digital deception can go too far. And living in an age of constant surveillance and online footprints leaves no room for secrets, so be careful about where you are and what you're doing. You never know if there's a camera somewhere.
Oh, look at these. All right, come on, Ruthie. Come on, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very sharp.
Meet Dr. Guia, a former emergency room physician who became one of the most prominent and controversial figures in the field of UFO and extraterrestrial research. You know how we've always shown you guys clips of strange beings appearing translucent or transparent in the clip before, as well as strange beings in the sky that we know answers to? Well, Dr. Greer believes he has the answers. He believes these beings we normally see are usually aliens or alien related. According to him, aliens are not just from other planets, but also from different dimensions. He says they're more advanced than humans and can shift in and out of our reality by moving through space and time. This, he explains, is why UFOs seem to appear and disappear or move in ways that defy our understanding. They're using technology and awareness beyond what we know. Greer also believes we can contact these beings through deep meditation. He teaches that everything in the universe is connected by consciousness, and by calming the mind, people can reach out to them. What we call paranormal, like telepathy or out-of-body experiences, he sees as part of the same reality these beings live in. To him, real contact comes from expanding human awareness, not building better machines. What do you think?
So there are phenomena that are emerging from other dimensions that occasionally interface with this dimension of 3D space-time, and people will call them alien, but they're not. A lot of people will see something like that. There is evidence of strange, like Stranger Things, right? And those can be from another dimension, but they're not extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial biological entity is from another star system and planet. To go from point A to B, they are dropping out of linear space-time and traversing other dimensions. So some of the phenomena that's extraterrestrial looks very, very close to something from another dimension.
While fishing in Brunei, people noticed something strange in the water. As they zoomed in, they were shocked by what they saw. It's a strange creature. It doesn't appear to be a gator or a croc, or neither is it a fish. The creature had part of its body above the water as it swam across. I don't even know how to describe this thing. People who caught a glimpse of this aquatic enigma are throwing around theories. Some think it might be a local species with a funky birth defect, possibly caused by some chemical or heavy metal exposure. Others are going all in, suggesting it might be an entirely new species, giving us a sneak peek into the wonders of Brunei's waters. Like I said, I've got no leads, so what's your take on this strange thing? We've had a lot of UFO videos over the past few months, and I must say that this one takes the trump card amongst them all. The scene introduces us to a UFO flying in a mountainside. Once it's there, another flies out, and we get to see that there are a lot more there. I mean, if there were these many ships in one place, then they would definitely draw attention to themselves. You could argue that that's how this film was taken, but even Aaron is suspicious of the clip and believes it was digitally created. What's your take? Yeah, no, I didn't go to Julius on this one. Speaking of strange encounters, take a look at this one too. Wait. That was not normal. Do you think? The clip you just saw was recorded one evening in Malibu, LA by a group of friends. This was what actually happened. The young guys passed by Escondido Falls during the day. While passing, they noticed two strange statues on a private residence. Sure, it looked spooky when they saw it, but they felt it was cool and even went as far as admiring it. When they were returning, however, it was very late and very dark, and they noticed a figure from afar. When they got closer, they realized that the said figure were the statues they'd seen earlier. What made it stranger was the fact that the statue was on the other side of the road and not in the property like they'd seen earlier. Who would move such a heavy thing and why? As they pondered, they got closer. Why? I don't know, but once they were close enough, they realized that the statue had somehow come alive and was making slight movements. They didn't have time to process what they were seeing because the statue wasted no time in launching at them. That brings us full circle to the clip you guys saw in the beginning. They uploaded their encounter online, and while some believed them, others called them out. They felt the whole thing was faked by the boys in an attempt to go viral. And you've seen the clip, so what is your take on this one? This woman was out exploring when she stumbled across something strange in the ground. While someone was filming her, she opened what looked like an old hatch, and inside was a dark, mysterious chamber. At first, it seemed like just an abandoned space, but as the camera peered deeper into the darkness, something strange appeared. A hazy, shadowy figure emerged in the blackness and had what looked like two glowing eyes staring back out at her. The figure hovered for a moment, then it slowly backed into the darkness, vanishing from view. The woman and a friend who was recording didn't see anything unusual while they were out there. It wasn't until they reviewed the footage later that they noticed the figure watching them from below. What could it have been? Could it have been a cryptid or maybe just a simple illusion? Whatever it was, it's unnerving to think that they were that close to something and didn't even know it.
Going? We have to do it now. No, you. This is insane. Oh. There's a flashlight in the backpack. Go get the flashlight.
Some cave explorers shared this squeamish footage, and if you've got arachnophobia, consider this your warning. While exploring deep into a cave, they noticed these odd spider creatures crawling all over the place. And here's the thing, they weren't actual spiders, they're called camel crickets. Camel crickets are strange alien-looking insects with long legs, humpback bodies, and powerful jumping abilities. They don't spin webs or bite, but they can leak several feet of skeleton, especially in the confined space of a dark cave. These creepy crawlers thrive in moist, dark environments, which is why they love caves, and sometimes even to sneak into damp basements. In large numbers, like in the footage, they look nightmarish. To the untrained eye, it's easy to find spiders, but they belong to the orthopoda family, the same as grasshoppers and crickets, so not venomous, but insectivorous swarms. In most places, seeing a baby left outside in freezing weather would stop people in their tracks and probably think something was wrong. But in parts of Scandinavia like Iceland, Norway, and Finland, this is just part of everyday life. It's not unusual to walk past a coffee shop and see a woman baby strollers parked right outside. Inside, the parents are sitting back, sipping coffee, chatting with friends, all while their babies nap peacefully out in the cold. Sounds crazy, but not to them. Scandinavian parents have done this for generations. The belief is simple. Fresh, cold air is good for babies, and surprisingly, science backs that up. Studies have found that babies who nap outside tend to sleep longer and more deeply. Some research even suggests it can help lower the risks of getting sick, especially with things like colds or other respiratory infections. Of course, the babies are bundled up nice and warm, and parents keep an eye on them from nearby, but the idea is that nature helps build strong, healthy kids, and a little cold air doesn't hurt. So while it might seem strange if you're not used to it in Scandinavia, it's just another part of raising happy, healthy little ones. At first glance, it might look like there's nothing happening in this footage other than someone playing around. Pay attention though, there's someone or something out there in the dark. Did you see her? Where did she come from? Why was she there? Where did she go? The one recording the clip is very surprised by the whole thing. He didn't expect to see a lady in the wilderness just pop up and then disappear as quickly as they came. Some think she's the spirit of the forest, others think she's a ghost on a mission. A few others think she's a woman in a costume trying to make money by tricking us into giving me more views. You've seen it? As always, what do you think? This photo was taken in the 1930s in an old Catholic church. At least that's how the book concerning this image goes. If you pay attention to the image, there's a man sitting there who's a bit translucent. Logical me would have explained it away with something along the lines of shutter speed and all that stuff, but that's not how the owners of the image interpret it. According to them, the image was taken in the pews that were empty. There was absolutely no one there. When the images were developed, however, this particular one had the man you see on your screen sitting in it. The man looks like a priest with a costume or a dress to match, but some think he's a ghost, whereas others feel he might be a saint. There are some in the paranormal community who also think the image, as well as the story associated with it, is true. Have you seen the image? So what's your take? Agree with any of these opinions, or do you have your own? These days, a lot of people are starting to believe we might not be alone on this planet, and no, not just aliens from space. We're talking about reptilians, demons, and even beings from other dimensions, creatures that could be living amongst us, hiding in plain sight. Sounds crazy, right? But then stories like this one show up. It starts off normal. The man wakes up, goes about his morning, and casually looks out of the window. Just one of those mindless glances you take while sipping coffee or checking the weather. But what he sees, that changes everything. Something is walking down the sidewalk. At first, he thinks it's just a mist, maybe morning fog. But then he realizes there's a shape, a figure. It's see through, almost like smoke, but it moves with purpose. It's coming from his neighbor's house, heading right towards his. Now, here's where it gets really strange. The thing has a body and a clear outline, but the legs, well, they don't look human at all. They're bent in weird ways, almost like a lizard walking upright, and as it moves, it leaves behind this faint glowing trail like it's shedding light or energy with every step. Naturally, the clip ends up online and people are divided. Some say it's a demon. Below the shape, the way it moves, they swear it gives off something dark. Others are convinced it's one of the reptilians. You know, those shape-shifting beings people claim have been here for ages, blending in with us. But no one really knows what it was. What everyone does agree on is this wasn't normal. It wasn't a regular person, and it sure didn't look like a ghost either. So what do you think it was? Demon, reptilian, or maybe something we don't even have a name for yet? Because it's stuff like this that's being caught on camera. Well, that makes you wonder what else is out there. Not everyone believes in the supernatural. Some say ghosts or entities aren't real, just figments of our imagination. But if you're familiar with this channel, then you already know that's not the case. This next clip is chilling. Mother had set up a monitor in her toddler's room while she was busy with chores around the house. Everything seemed fine until she suddenly heard a baby crying. She rushed in to comfort her little one, but what she saw on the monitor after that, well, that's left her speechless. In the footage, the child is sleeping peacefully when suddenly this happens. An unseen force appears to grab and pull the baby's leg upward, lifting it off the bed. The baby immediately wakes up crying and frightened. Let's rewind that for a second look. There, it's clear as day. The baby's leg is pulled, and yet there's no one there. No adult, no sibling, not even a visible shadow, just baby and whatever that invisible force was. Skeptics say maybe the baby moved weirdly in their sleep, but this doesn't look like tossing and turning. It looks intentional, as if something deliberately tried to wake or grab the child. So what do you think? Speaking of things that need explanation, can you explain this? Yeah, that's definitely not normal or even real, right? The uploader of the clip insists that it really did happen. Some of us feel it's AI, while others think it's CGI. Take a good look and share your thoughts. If you think it's real, or could we kindly explain what just happened? Conspiracy theorists have always seemed to have like a sixth sense when it comes to certain secretive, questionable government projects. It's almost like they can sniff out the things the rest of the world isn't supposed to know. And time after time, we've seen these so-called crazy theories turn out to have some truth to them. Some of these projects sound like science fiction. There are things like killer robots, weather control, time manipulation, DNA experiments, cloaking technology, and even reverse engineering of UFOs. Things the average person would probably laugh off. But little by little, bits of information slip through, declassified files, leaked documents, and suddenly the crazy theory doesn't seem so crazy anymore. Whenever people bring these things up, they get dismissed, labeled as paranoid or delusional. But isn't it strange how often these wild claims turn out to line up with reality years or even decades later? So if some of it has turned out to be true, well, what else are they hiding? Someone shared a video where they're just gotten the fresh meat cut, likely straight from a butcher. What happened next really stunned people online. On the surface of the meat, you can see twitching and pulsing movements like little tremors traveling all over. It almost looks like the meat is still alive, even though it's been clearly cut and cleaned. Some viewers were shocked and even disturbed by the footage, wondering what exactly they were witnessing. But a few people chimed in with an explanation that this is what muscle spasms look like after death. Yes, it's rare but not impossible. If the nerves in the meat are still intact or haven't completely broken down, they can continue to fire electrical impulses, especially if the meat is very fresh or has been exposed to certain triggers like salt or touch. That causes the muscle fibers to contract and to twitch even after the animal has been long dead. So it's a natural biological reaction and oddly fascinating. Would you still eat it after seeing it twitch like that? People are always sharing strange footage from their homes. Some of it's so eerie that it feels like something straight out of a horror movie. And while a lot of these clips are dismissed as hoaxes or misunderstandings, every now and then something surfaces that's hard to ignore. Take this particular video, for example. A woman posted a clip taken from her kitchen. She says she rushed in after hearing a series of loud banging sounds, only to catch something deeply unsettling on camera. Above the kitchen counter by the window, there was a pan and a ladle hanging on hooks. But what's strange is how they started swinging violently, banging against the wall. The way they moved did not seem random, and when you look out of the window, there's no sign of wind. That rules out any breeze. More curious still, the swinging was too forceful and chaotic to be chalked up to a small draft of vibration. Eventually, the pan falls off entirely, clattering to the ground. The footage looks clear and uncut, making it tough to write off as staged. There's no obvious string, shadow, or hand moving anything. And because of how it's filmed, it would have been difficult to edit convincingly. Sure, it's easy to be skeptical. Plenty of people fake these things for views, but sometimes, well, the footage just feels too precise to dismiss. So what do you think? Was this a poltergeist making itself known, or Or is there another explanation hiding in plain sight? You know how we always get to see these clips and never see the face who recorded them? Well, this one's different. This clip was recorded by a lady who was in a sleepover with her friend. She felt something was watching her, so she picked out a smartphone and began to record. After all, in this age of day, evidence is everything. Now pay attention to the clip. Does something seem off? Yeah. We see a dark figure peeking at her from the bathroom, but that's not what I'm referring to. When she initially uploaded the pic, everyone was focused on the dark figure, from some even stating that it could be a witch spying on her and her friend. After the clip had been online for a while, though, someone pointed out the lady's face was far from the face of someone who'd been seeing something spooky. To the person, it was almost as though it were the face of someone pretending to be scared or spooked. In other words, the person is trying to say that the uploader just faked the whole thing for views and likes. After watching the clip over and over, I'm tempted to believe that is the case. What do you guys also think? This video went viral the moment it hit the internet. It showed what looked like a lion casually standing in a supermarket right by the meat freezer, sniffing or even chewing on some meat on display. And just as wild, there was a person in the frame who quickly bolted past the line in a panic. People were freaking out. I mean, imagine being in a store and suddenly seeing a full-run line in the meat aisle. The lion had somehow walked through town and made its way to a mall supermarket. But it's not real. It turns out the whole thing was generated using AI. And honestly, it's really well done. So much so that tons of people believed it was actual footage. This just goes to show how realistic AI generated videos are becoming and how easy it is to be fooled even by something as wild as a lion shopping for meat in a grocery store. There's a meat tech in town that has people raising eyebrows and possibly worrying about the future of real-human connection. It's called the Cluey, and someone already calling it a social killer. In the video we are looking at, Cluey is being demoed by a guy on a date, but he's not leading the conversation. The device is doing most of the work. It listens, gathers information about the girl he's talking to, tracks the conversation, and even tells him what to say next. It's like a real-time AI wingman or teleprompter for your social life. Sure, it sounds helpful. No more awkward silences or scrambling for something clever to say, but it raises some serious questions. If your words aren't your own, is the connection even real, and what happens if everyone starts using it? Do we stop learning how to be human with each other? It might be convenient, but is it authentic?
So, how old did you say you were?
I'm 30 years old.
Your profile says you worked at Bananazon?
Yeah, I've been there for the past 8 years doing like senior software engineering, so like coding.
Really?
I know I look a little young for my age, but I promise you, I'm 30 years old.
Okay, well, maybe you are just way older than you look.
Genius. Genius. Why is it that these things always come from Asia, huh? These guys have got more of a sense of humor than people think they have, I can tell you that right now. Thank you for watching. Now do me a favor. If you got any clips or any kind of videos of any sort you think that you can give us, well then do me a favor and send it to classifiedcaptures@gmail.com. And by the way, for last week, yes, I know, it's a moose. It's a moose. It's not an elk. It's a moose. I get it. We got it wrong. Sorry about that. Now I'll see you next time.
Hmm.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh. What's the matter? Let's see. Hey, baby. Babies, what do you want? Oh.